of Clark and Addison here in Chicago as a huge crowd gathers inside beautiful Wrigley Field. And with the bleacher phase of the ballpark renovations complete, fans in the seats from foul pole to foul pole. Baseball Night in America features the Cincinnati Reds and the Chicago Cubs under the lights here on Fox. Great to have you with us alongside Eric Karros. I'm Len Casper. And EK, the Chicago Cubs, 5 straight fifth place finishes, but they're playing for October this season, and they added a lot this past offseason.
Well, they did. They had a huge offseason. They go out, sign John Lester. You've got the young rookie now, Chris Bryant. But really, for me, the central figure, Anthony Rizzo. And he's having an MVP-type season. He's leading the Cubs in hits, home runs, doubles, RBIs. And for good measure, he got 10 stolen bases, which puts him second on the team. A great all-around player.
He's also been hit 14 times by a pitch. That leads the major leagues. Now to the Reds. A very different story. They may be in sell mode soon. They're under 500, really banged up. Still a lot of talent on this team. We know about Joey Votto, but the guy across the diamond at third base, Todd Frazier, becoming a star in his own right.
Well, he's starting to improve. And what I mean by that, each year he gets better and better. And this year really coming into his own. You look at, he's in the top 10 in the National League in home runs, RBIs, slugging percentage. When you talk about a guy that should be in Cincinnati, I'm not talking about just for the Reds. I'm talking about the All-Star game. This is the man, Todd Frazier, right here.
Couple of right-handers on the mound. Mike Leake for the Reds. It'll be Kyle Hendricks for the Cubs. NL Central battle from Chicago. It's Baseball Night in America on Fox. Temperature has dropped a bit here over the past couple of hours. 73 very comfortable degrees. Yeah, it's a bit humid, somewhat hazy out over Lake Michigan. The wind is blowing in tonight, and it's mid-June. That doesn't always happen once we get into the summer months, and we may have a scattered shower a little later, but hopefully not. And let's check in on Bryant Price's Reds lineup, they have won 5 of their last 6. Skip Schumacher will be the leadoff guy tonight. He is in left. And Eugenio Suarez, he's in because Zach Cozart's done for the year at short. Joey Votto, Todd Frazier, Jay Bruce, the veteran guys in the middle. Christopher Negron, Brandon Phillips day to day. Tucker Barnhart is the catcher. Mike Leake, the pitcher, batting 8th. And Billy Hamilton, the speedster, playing center and hitting 9th. And Kyle Hendricks will pitch tonight for Chicago.
Well, you look at the ERA, it's under 4, which is nice for this ballpark. But what he needs to do tonight is give this ball club some innings. You've got to stay away from that bullpen. The bullpen being used the last 2 ball games. He needs to give him some length.
And as we get going, let's update the National League Central. The Cardinals, seems like a guy goes down about every other week, but they continue to lead this division by a bunch. The Cubs very much in the wild card race. It's early, we know that. And the Reds 4 games under have gone through a ton of adversity here lately. And Eric, they probably need a really good winning streak to avoid maybe being a seller at the trade deadline.
Well, they really do. But you talk about what's gone on with St. Louis. I think that gives hope to everybody else in the division. And that's where you're walking that fine line if you're the Cincinnati Reds. Do you still think you can compete? Or do you unload and plan for the future?
So it is Hendricks making his 25th major league start. 25 years old, product of Dartmouth College. And the first pitch of the ball game is hit on the ground. Nice backhanded play by Addison Russell. Short hop pick by Rizzo on the other end. He's 21. He's a shortstop by trade, but he's made a lot of those plays at second base.
Well, you want to talk about athletic ability. You see it at both ends here. Great pick by Russell at second base. And now look at that. Rizzo over at first. We talk about the offense. We talk about the speed. Rizzo picking it. And, of course, that man right there. He may be the best shortstop out here on the field today. And he's playing second base.
So one interesting out. And here is the shortstop, Suarez. And he takes a strike. 2 for 7 in 2 games since coming up from AAA Louisville. A devastating knee injury for Zach Cozart. He is done for the season. We know about Cozart's glove, but he was having the best offensive season of his career. There's the 1-1, hard hit ball, backhanded Chris Bryant. How about the defense? We just got started.
Well, you talk about this infield. It's the youngest in Major League Baseball, and you've seen already why people here in Chicago are so excited. 2 very athletic plays made by youngsters. And, moving forward, it isn't the great play, it's the routine play that these youngsters need to manage.
Well, we talked to Joe Madden about that before the ball game as Joey Votto takes a sinker off the outside corner. He said you can live with some youthful mistakes, and it's interesting, both guys who've made the plays here in the first made critical errors yesterday as the Reds won in extra innings.
But that's the thing, they've put that behind them and they've come back the very next day, and that's what you like to see is force them to have to make a play where they just react, and react they both did.
2-1 on the very patient Joey Votto. He's reached base now in 21 consecutive games. Hendricks, a pitch to contact guy. That's his best pitch. That's the changeup.
Well, you see that just runs away from the left-handed hitting Votto. He does make contact, going to have to shoot it to shortstop or third. But as you mentioned, all about location with Hendricks, not going to overpower you with anything.
Votto had a 3-homer game on Tuesday against the Phillies, but he strikes out here looking. And a quick 1-2-3 for Kyle Hendricks. Cubs are coming up against Mike Leake. Check out the Cubs starting lineup. Joe Madden likes to move things around. Dexter Fowler in the leadoff spot as per usual. Chris Coghlan, though, moving up to batting second. We'll tell you why later. Rizzo, Bryant, Miguel Montero in his first year with the Cubs has been very good. Starlin Castro, the shortstop. Mike Baxter gets to start in right. Jorge Soler is on the disabled list with a sprained ankle. Pitcher bats eighth in Madden's lineup, and it's Addison Russell hitting ninth. And right-hander Mike Leake is ready to work. A couple of guys, Eric, who like to work fast. Hendricks and Leake.
Well, we're not opposed to that at all. And Leake likes to get the ball and just go, go, go. Keeps his defense involved.
Dexter Fowler. 2 balls, no strikes. Leake, 27 years old, went right to the big leagues after going in the first round in 2009 out of Arizona State. And Fowler lost his footing on that swing.
Not typical for a leadoff hitter. 2-0 count right now. This pitch almost in the dirt. Fowler looking to lift and separate right there.
Now 2-2. So Leake drafted in 2009. Was in the Reds rotation to start 2010, and his first major league outing was against the Cubs. Let's bounce to Votto, and he'll take it unassisted. And let's get our keys to the game. EK, sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company.
Well, pretty simple for Cincinnati. They've been able to get runners on, but they can't get them in. The lowest hitting team with runners in scoring position. The Cubs just need to save that bullpen, and Joe Madden's gone to that bullpen early the last couple of games. Had to use him, went extra innings the other night. Just need Hendricks to go long.
So I mentioned Coghlan moving up the lineup. Third time he's hit second, and there's a big reason for that. He's 9 for 11. Diving stop. Chris Negron keeps Coghlan from improving to 10 out of 12 against Mike Leake. So the Reds playing great defense here in the first.
Well, we've seen 3 great defensive plays early on in this ball game. Lays out there, throws the ball from his knees, a perfect toss. The Reds, one of the better defensive clubs in the entire game.
Could I say that was Brandon Phillips like?
That was Brandon Phillips like.
Now the Reds will overshift to the right on the infield against Anthony Rizzo. You made a really good point in the open. The Cubs added a lot over the winter, but the emergence of Rizzo here these last 2 years, probably their biggest development.
And he continues to work to try to improve his game, to add different elements. This year it's the speed element. Running the bases well. I think the thing that's impressed me most about him, he's not satisfied. Not satisfied being one of the best in the game right now. He wants to get better.
2 balls and a strike. Leak from the first base side of the rubber, and that breaking ball tapped foul.
Now you take a look at the way that Reds are defending Anthony Rizzo. You've got that short right fielder.
Two on the way. It's in the dirt. Cubs get into a lot of 3-2 counts. They may be the most patient team in baseball, which is a big change.
They're going to make the opposing pitcher work. They make adjustments. I like what Rizzo does when he gets 2 strikes. He goes away from the leg kick. He keeps that foot flat on the ground. Prior to that, he'll raise that front leg. You notice it's just that right foot, just a little toe touch. Where prior to having 2 strikes, he's got that little kick, little load.
Chokes up ever so slightly with 2 strikes. Hits that one hard on the ground. Diving stop. Todd Frazier out at first. We've got a night's worth of highlights on defense, and we've only played 1. And we're scoreless. This is a third baseman, folks. What a play. 2-3 frames can get. Top and bottom of the first, featuring terrific glove work. And the guy who ended the bottom of the first with a diving play, Todd Frazier, will lead it off in a foul strike. You know, one thing I've noticed in spring training here these last few years, most teams now are employing shifts in spring training, which I think is a great idea. Instead of just playing straight up, you might as well do stuff that you're going to do in the regular season. Right?
Well, and again, it gets people familiar with certain spots. You're not necessarily just rotating people over. I mean, sometimes you have that third baseman go over to the right side of the infield. And again, it's becoming more and more pronounced. And I think as it continues to show success, we may have to rename the positions.
Right. The areas of the field may become the positions.
Sure.
And not the actual people on the field. Look at that. 1-2 to Frazier. And he bounces to Bryant. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company and the first ever MKC. Now Jay Bruce. A game-saving diving catch in the bottom of the ninth on Friday. The Reds won it in 10. As Chris Coghlan will make the catch. And Jonathan Herrera off the bench ripped a liner into right center, and Bruce took it away. That would have been a game ender.
Yeah, when that ball was immediately hit, I thought that thing was dropping. Cubs win, right? But Bruce never let up, laid out, extended, made a great catch. The Reds come back and score a run the next inning, and really defense dictated the game.
There's Christopher Negron. Sinker in there for a strike. Hendricks efficient. He's gotten 5 outs on 14 pitches. That was only his 15th of the game. There's a base hit into center. So Negron in for Brandon Phillips, who's still dealing with that groin injury. Pinch hit yesterday, but probably won't see him in the lineup until early next week. And a 2-out base hit. Tucker Barnhart, switch hitting backup catcher. Brian Pena has grabbed most of the playing time with Devin Mesoraco on the disabled list with a hip injury. We spent a lot of our time talking with Brian Price before the game about guys who are not even on their active roster. That's not a good thing for any manager.
No, it's really been a frustrating season for the Cincinnati Reds ball club. And coming into the year, you know, they felt like they could compete for the division if everything went right. And so far, from a health standpoint, nothing has gone right. You're talking about Homer Bailey being gone. You're talking about Mesoraco, who a potent offensive force. You're going to try him in left. That seemed to go by the wayside the other day.
So Bailey is done. Sean Marshall has had a couple of rough seasons with his shoulder issues. Rookie starter Raisel Iglesias on the DL. Marlon Byrd, who would be in left field right now, has a fractured wrist. Called strike 3, and that will end the inning. Pitchers have dominated early on after an inning and a half, 0-0. Telecast is sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to the Data Strong Network. Fans, it's time to vote your All-Stars with the 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot for the 2015 All-Star Game. Vote at MLB.com/vote. Catch all of the excitement of the 86th MLB All-Star Game July 14th live on Fox from Cincinnati. There's Chris Bryant, 23-year-old rookie against Mike Leake. First pitch swinging, and he rips one in the left for the Cubs' first hit.
Well, taking a look at Chris Bryant, his approach stays behind the front side, drops that back elbow into the slot, keeps the head down. I mean, fundamentally, that's as good as it gets. And we talk about this Cubs club being patient and seeing a lot of pitches, but they will also go up there, and if they see something they like, they're hacking.
Miguel Montero came over in December from the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he drives this one out into deep center. Hamilton's back on it. It's into the basket. A two-run homer for Miguel Montero, his third homer of the week. That's his 9th of the year.
Well, Montero taking a cue from Chris Bryant, getting up there, seeing that first pitch that he likes and driving it into center field. In the basket for a home run.
The Cubs were shut out Tuesday night in Detroit, including that home run. They've scored 24 runs over their last 4 games. They come out hacking here in the second as Starlin Castro will fly to Billy Hamilton. I mentioned the wind was blowing in when we started. It's not doing a whole lot right now, and when the flags are limp, it becomes a hitter's ballpark.
Well, it's ironic because you always see in the highlight shows the wind's blowing out at Wrigley, and what a great place to hit. I remember playing here for a season. You know, it's not as hitter friendly as people would like to believe.
You know, the wind over years and years generally blows in about 2 out of every 3 games. Mike Baxter playing right. 1 ball, 1 strike. That sinker misses off the outside corner. Cubs right now are a half a game behind the Giants for the second wild card spot. The Pirates won earlier today. But it will be an interesting watch in this National League Central. I think as a whole the division has been better than a lot of people thought it would be. The Brewers have been the big disappointment. Many are going to see if the Cardinals can do it over the long haul with all their injuries. So far they have.
Well, they have up to this point. Again, we're just, past a third of the way through the season. But as you mentioned, with all the injuries that the Cardinals have suffered up to this point, and look, Wainwright's not coming back. You don't know how long Holiday is going to be out. Matt Adams is out for a while.
That soft liner, a base hit. And our new player metrics are being measured by Major League Baseball's StatCast tracking system. Here's the home run.
You see it comes off at 105 miles an hour. Look at that launch angle, 23.1 degrees. I mean, 70 feet up in the air.
It was a bullet.
Yeah, I was going to say, Montero doesn't care about all that. He's saying that, look, that thing went over the fence.
Pitcher bats 8th in the Cubs lineup. They've done it all season, save for a couple of games in the American League parks. The Reds are now doing it as well. Joe Madden likes how the 9-hitter feeds back into the top of the order and the RBI guys. The other thing is Joe Madden's in the National League, but he does not like to bunt. The Cubs are the only National League team without a sac bunt from a pitcher. And we're in mid-June.
Well, he values outs, and he refuses to give them away, except for now.
Well, they've tried it a few times. They just haven't been successful. It's Gary Jones, Cubs third base coach. Single home run on the first 2 pitches of this inning. Kind of an ambush against Leake after he worked a 1-2-3 first. There it is, the first successful sac bunt by a Cubs pitcher. And only as a team now 9 on the year. Look at they're pumped about it.
Well, and that was a 2-strike bunt. Puts him in scoring position for Russell. Look at the smiles in there.
They look like they had an office pool. Who was going to get the first one? Yeah, that should put to rest any speculation that Major League players don't know what the stats are. They know very well. Strike called on 21-year-old Addison Russell. Came over from Oakland last July in the trade that sent Jeff Samardzija and Jason Hamill to the A's. Now Hamill is back. He re-signed with the Cubs as a free agent.
You see that the Cubs also struggling hitting with runners in scoring position. Again, that comes with maturity. Got a young team, young hitters. Really great discipline right now from Russell. 2 pitches that could have gone either way. Lays off. Got the count in his favor now. Still think Leake is going to nibble.
Leake, a terrific athlete, fields his position well. One of the best hitting pitchers in the game. Jay Bruce will make the catch. 2-run homer, Miguel Montero. Baseball Night in America will return to Chicago after a word from your local Fox station. Our coverage of the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup continues Monday. Thailand takes on Germany on your local Fox affiliate. The Netherlands will square off against host country Canada on Fox Sports 1. Tuesday, Team USA continues its quest for a third World Cup title, taking on Nigeria. Back on your local Fox station. Catch the whole tournament streaming live on Fox Sports Go. That might be a record. Finish the promo. It's already 0-2. Swing and a miss. He makes quick work of Mike Leake. John Morosi is with us tonight down on the field, and we got a couple of college pitchers, and not to slight Arizona State in any way, JP. We've got an Ivy Leaguer on the mound.
We do, Len. And Kyle Hendricks didn't just go to Dartmouth College. He was able to complete his degree. He was drafted after his junior season, but in the fall of 2013 went back and finished his credits toward graduation. I asked him, what was the toughest class he took when he went back? He said, abstract algebra. He was an economics major, Len, with a mathematics minor. So a gentleman and a scholar on the mound for the Cubs this evening.
Algebra wouldn't even have to be abstract for me to struggle. Yeah, he's a smart guy. He treats every start like it's an exam. Goes over a lot of video. He said he's a very visual learner. And sometimes, and Eric, you can speak to this, you know, paralysis by analysis, your brain can get in the way, but everybody around Kyle, they seem to believe that his brain has actually helped him get to this level.
Well, information is there for you to use. You don't need to digest all of it.
And it's strike three. 4 strikeouts now, 3 in a row for Hendricks.
Hendricks is doing a nice job of changing velocity, moving the ball in and out. Also helps to have a 2-run lead. But you watch the movement. He threw a similar pitch to Votto, where the left-hander sort of gives up on it and runs back over the plate.
13 of his last 14, make it 14 of 15 have been strikes. Ground ball, backhanded neatly by Bryant. Not a good throw, but Rizzo kept his toe on the bag, and that will end the inning. So Hendricks missing bats, getting called strikes, and his defense has been terrific behind him. Leading 2-0. This is game 3 of a 4-game series. The Cubs won Thursday. The Reds in extras took game 2 yesterday. Cubs play a lot of close games. Over half, 30 of their 59 games have been decided by 1 or 2 runs. Two and one on Dexter Fowler. Leake has faced the Chicago team a lot in his career as that ball is lined to the shortstop Suarez. Cubs have hit some balls pretty hard early on.
Well, as you said, we've seen some nice defense so far. Leake not fooling a lot of guys right now. You mentioned his defense has helped him out. Bryant and Montero both struck the ball well.
Two starts ago, Mike Leake in Philadelphia took a no-hitter into the 7th inning. He got a no decision in that game. It went 11. Strike on Coghlan, who's now 9 for 12 against Mike Leake. He was 8 for his first 8. You ready for this? Single, single, double, single, double, double, single, home run. The first 8 at bats in Coghlan's career against Mike Leake. You ever have an 8 for 8 against
Not an 8
one guy?
for 8. Well, I think in Little League against Jim Carroll. I had a couple of hits in a row and I parlayed that into the next Little League game. You know, the thing is, too, that becomes mental after a while. Leake out on the mound thinking, you got to be kidding me. But the tide may have turned. Last at bat. Great play by the Reds defense. Negated what would have been another hit. And right now, ahead in the count, 1-2.
Yeah, Leake could counter the 8 for 8 by saying, but he's only 1 for his last 4 against me. Oh, that hit him on the foot. Well, Coghlan has been hitting Leake, so Leake has decided to hit Coghlan. Flip the script.
Just running. That's just all knee right there. Leake hoping to throw that back foot slider to the left-handed hitter. You just hope that thing goes down and the left-handed hitter swings over it, but never got the downward movement. Coghlan just wears it right in the knee. Leake asking if he's okay. Coghlan saying, I'm all right. I'm not going to steal a base here, so don't worry about it.
They shift against Rizzo, but not nearly as dramatically with that runner at first. You've got the shortstop Suarez near second base. And a swing and a miss.
Well, and watch Rizzo here. He's got 1 strike on him, but watch that right foot. He brings that up for the load. And again, we talked about earlier, what's kind of interesting is with 2 strikes, does not lift that foot. He hasn't subscribed to the, strikeout's no big deal. He's up there, even as a big man, going to hit the ball hard, make contact.
There's a double play ball right to the shortstop. That's going to go 6-3 to end the inning. By the way, you were 8 out of 14 against Fernando Valenzuela. Not bad. 2-0 Chicago. Is sponsored by Microsoft Surface and by the new movie Max, in theaters everywhere June 26th. Top of the fourth, Kyle Hendricks and the Cubs leading Mike Leake and the Reds 2-0. 2, 3, and 4. Suarez, Votto, and Frazier for Cincinnati. One hit for the Reds. That was Christopher Negron in the second. Other than that, Hendricks has been in command.
Well, he really has. He's had great location, been able to spot any pitch, moving to both sides of the plate.
Suarez won the game yesterday, game-winning RBI single in the top of the 10th. That came after he fouled a suicide squeeze attempt earlier in the at-bat. Swing and a miss, strike 3. J.P. Morosi caught up with Cubs manager Joe Maddon earlier.
Mom, where's Mom?
Hey, Joe, you got to be honest with me. What got the bigger reaction from your players, the Montero homer or the first sack bunt by a Cubs pitcher this year?
The first sack bunt. Of course, we've been trying to get it done all year. I'm not a big sacrifice guy coming from the American League, but of course, you want your pitchers to get it down once in a while. That was a big moment for us tonight.
Where is your mom, by the way?
She's up here somewhere in the section, the family section, but if it starts raining, I want to put her up in one of those suites up there.
Okay, Joe, one last baseball question for you. Russell and Bryant, obviously the two errors yesterday. They come back in the first inning, two great plays right off the bat. What does that say about their mentality they bring out here every day?
Believe me, it wasn't lost on me. It's you watch these guys every day. They work very hard every day at their craft. Yesterday, kind of an anomaly day for them. They're going to keep getting better, I'm telling you that. Not only defensively, but offensively, too. They're two really exciting young players.
Thanks so much, Joe.
My pleasure, buddy. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Good stuff from Joe Maddon. Boy, in the middle of a big league ball game, he's managing. He's going, hey, where's Mom? So he's locked in, but he likes to take it all in as well. The 2-1 on the way. Votto sends this one out in the very deep left. Coghlan will watch it go into the bleachers and left. Joey Votto with number 14. He's got sick power to the opposite field.
Yeah, this pitch just up in the zone. Hendricks leaves this out over the plate. Votto. Yeah, see, I knew I was going deep. There isn't any part of the park that can hold Joey Votto. Watch this thing just going away. Back elbow tucked. Remember, Hendricks got Votto out on a similar type of pitch as far as movement. It's just the previous at-bat, he started it right at Votto's hip. He gave up on it. This time, started it out over the plate. Votto goes with it.
He used to hit a lot of home runs against the Cubs, but that's the first time in 2 seasons he's homered against the Cubs. Although we have to note, there's been a lot of last year on the disabled list, missed 100 games with the quad strain. I know it's cliche to say, but where would this Reds team be without Frazier and Votto? And right on cue, Frazier tucks one inside the third base bag, and that's going to be a double. With all their injuries, they really rely on these two guys.
Well, they've answered the bell, too. They're at the middle of this lineup. Votto hitting with the power again. And this pitch out over the plate. Bryant does a nice job, just can't get to it. Again, Hendricks has been so effective because he's been able to stay out of the middle part of the plate. He's been down in the zone. Both of those pitches up. Can't do that to good hitters, great hitters.
So Frazier's 100th career double. It's also his 37th extra base hit. He leads the majors in that category. Jay Bruce swings and misses on a changeup.
This is a guy for me that really, I mean, they're looking for him to return to form. Only hitting at a 217 clip. The slugging percentage, even though he's got 9 home runs, just above 400. He's a lot better than that. Back-to-back changeups.
He was in a really good stretch, but lately has dropped back a bit. 6 for his last 38.
Well, remember, he had the knee surgery last year, and then Tried to come back. And that's just tough because then you're kind of chasing your tail. You're battling all year long. You're not 100% healthy. You're trying to play for the team. Then you get into some bad habits. You're favoring that knee a bit. Just hasn't been the same type of player as he was a few years ago.
I think he only missed the minimum or just more than that after knee surgery. Maybe came back too quickly.
Well, and it's similar to what's going on Victor Martinez over with the Tigers. If you lose your legs and you're a guy, you're a power hitter, it's going to create a lot of issues for you. Can't just come back and, oh, it's going to get better the more you play. Spoken only by those who haven't gotten the box.
3-2, tying run now at second base. It's Negron on deck. Votto with an opposite field blast to put the Reds on the board.
I'd go out of the zone here. Go out of the zone and hope Bruce chases, but don't give him anything decent to hit. Got first base open. Set yourself up for a double play.
Swing and a miss. That pitch looked like it was in the zone, but he got the strikeout. Well, between innings, we got a bit of a weather update. Miguel Montero from Dan Bellino.
What time are you saying?
You know what? They just walked out to Ron, which means it's probably about 15 to 20 minutes out. But the original prediction was that it wasn't going to be that heavy. I know it's all around. It doesn't look good, but we called the Weather Central.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Spoken like a true Chicagoan. Dan Bellino's from here. He said, we're good. So that means we're good for at least the next 5 minutes.
We're good.
Some ominous looking clouds out over the lake. But we're dry for the moment. Tell you, the way this game started, these two starting pitchers were throwing like their hair was on fire. I don't know if it had anything to do with impending rain or not.
Well, both guys again like to throw strikes. We've been seeing some great defense. Cubs swinging at some early pitches.
Negron with a hit tonight, but has not gotten on track offensively, getting in the 140s. Very versatile defensively. He's played every position already this season, aside from pitcher and catcher. Great view from the bleachers in left. Three and one.
Well, we talked about the runners in scoring position. 207. You just figured, law of averages, it will get better.
Now full 3-2.
Thing about it, when you're on a ball club and it's made known that you struggle with runners in scoring position as a hitter, you press a little bit. You're aware of it, so you put a little extra pressure on yourself when you're in that box.
Off delivery. Softly bounced to Castro. Close at first. Safe is the call. And now they've got Frazier caught between third and home. Rizzo makes the tag. We'll piece it together when we come back. It's 2-1 Cubs in the fourth. Ed's got the homer from Votto. Todd Frazier tried to steal another run, but a heads-up play by Anthony Rizzo. And it's still 2-1. Strike on Chris Bryant. Single and a run in the second. Leak to the plate. Pulled into the left field corner. And Bryant at second is going to stop there with a double. So he's seen, what, 3 pitches in 2 at-bats.
Not wasting any time. Knows that Mike Leake is a strike thrower. Again, tucks that back elbow, brings the hands in. That really is a picturesque swing. That's a big man right there. Hustles easily into second base. Remember, Montero jumped on the first pitch in his last at-bat.
Lined it into the basket in center for a 2-run homer, and he hits a ground ball, diving stop, but that's all Negron can do. It'll be a hit for Montero, and the Cubs have runners at first and third with nobody out.
Negron does a nice job. Just pops out. It hits in the heel of the glove. Pops out. Once he scrambles to it, no play at first. Prevents the run from scoring.
See how Brian Price chooses to play it here with his middle infielders. If he'll play for 2. Castro has been a big-time ground ball hitter this year. And they will play back for a shot at a double play. Trying to stay out of the big inning. So 4 and 5 in the Cubs order. Bryant and Montero a combined 4 for 4. 2 singles, a double, a home run. On 5 pitches seen. And there is that double play ball, although throw's going to go to the plate, and he's out. Suarez took a bit of a chance, but he gets Chris Bryant. How about that play?
Well, Suarez makes, as you mentioned, an aggressive play. Don't think the Cubs were suspecting that they would come home, but may have got his foot under the tag. Oh, yeah.
And Joe Madden is going to challenge the call.
Yeah, it looks like he gets that left foot in there. Yep. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't overturn this. Rule him safe.
So the big question is, especially if he's safe, if you're Brian Price, I mean, if Bryant is out, it's a great play. But if he's safe, you got to be thinking 6-4-3, right?
Well, if he's safe, what you've done is you've just opened up the possibility of a big inning. Now, it's really up to Suarez, and if he thinks that he's able to make that play, then it is what it is.
So if they find that conclusive right there, that the toe is on the plate, and it looked like it was, they should overturn it, but it's got to be conclusive to overturn.
It looks pretty conclusive to me.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Again, you just don't know what type of pictures you're going to see in New York or what they're looking at. I mean, I don't, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going with safe. But
you and I aren't in New York, Len.
No, we don't make that determination. And it seems like whatever we think is going to be called, it's something else. The other thing Suarez may have determined was that that ball wasn't hit that hard, and he might have been thinking,
well, and he
two might
was
have
in.
been tough.
Right, he was in. I mean, he fielded that just off the grass. But even so, you'd like to record it out where you are in the lineup. You've got Baxter and then the pitcher up next. Again, you're not going to win the game, but you can put your team in a real detriment right now if there is a big inning. Especially with possible weather around the corner.
You know, we just saw some lightning off in the distance as they continue to review the call at the plate.
Just wonder what,
The
what are
longer
you
it
looking at?
goes.
The longer it goes, and you go, man, it's pretty clear cut to me. Again, maybe they have a view or something that we haven't seen. Well, I'm being told that we've
have
seen
every look.
everything. Yeah, we are the only broadcast, so this is all the look. So I'm not really sure what it is that they could possibly be looking at to make them think that he was.
I guess
he was out.
The
right?
only tricky thing about home plate is that, when you're sliding into a base, you've got some elevation on the bag. The question is, can you see the foot down on home plate right there? I mean, it looks like
he goes right across
Yep,
it, right? I mean,
sure does.
It doesn't even look like that foot comes up.
Well, we're going to get the call. Safe is the call, so they do overturn it. And Joe Madden will keep his challenge. And it's now 3-1. And as you mentioned, this could set up to be a big inning now. Nobody out. And it will be Mike Baxter. Review took almost 4 minutes. And a fielder's choice RBI for Castro, his 30th run knocked in. So here is Baxter. So after going through all those scenarios, Mike Leake does have a fighting chance here to limit the damage because they are near the bottom of the order.
Right, you've got the number 8 spot up next, which again in this lineup is the pitcher. Obviously, this is the big at bat.
Baxter with his 4th major league team. They'll try to turn 2 this time, and they will for the 6-3. So Leake makes his pitch. 2 outs in the inning. Runner at third. And here comes the pitcher.
Well, effectively, you retire the pitcher here, and would have been the same thing. You turn the double play, or you get the out. You let Bryant score. Really a great job right there by Mike Leake to induce Baxter to hit into the double play. Job not done yet, though.
Leake will go from the windup with a runner at third. Bob Brenly was working the game at San Francisco tonight with Joe Davis. He told me once, hitting coach told him, if you feel like you're going to hit into a double play, strike out. Did you ever get that advice?
No, but tell you what, I did lead the league one year in hitting in double plays, so I'm sure there were many of those that wished I would have struck out.
Montero, the runner at third. And a 2-hopper to Suarez. And that will end the inning. The Cubs get 1 and lead the Reds 3-1 after 4. JP, where are you? You're out there in right field somewhere, aren't you?
Len, I'm out here looking for some Eric Karros home run balls from 12 years ago that might have been unearthed in the renovations out here. Have not been able to find any yet, but I have encountered a few thousand of my new closest friends. So Wrigley Field now a full sweep from right field to left. The bleachers are open. It really is great out here, Len. And I certainly had some concerns maybe originally. What would the scoreboards do to the vistas here at Wrigley Field? But it is magnificent out here.
Well, they've kept the ivy, the bricks, the baskets, the iconic scoreboard in center. The boards are very green, so it blends in. It has a Fenway feel to it, doesn't it?
I think it's beautiful. It still has retained a lot of its characteristics. It still has the ambiance.
Are you getting rained on now, John?
A little bit, Len, a little bit. Some of my friends here are scurrying for cover as we speak. They also included the rain here as well, Len. The Chicago weather has not changed from pre-renovation. But you're right, it does have that Fenway feel atop the monster. Same type of dynamic out here.
Mike Leake strikes out 2 down here in the Reds' fifth. This fifth inning obviously important in terms of weather factors. Once you get through 5, it's an official game. Yeah, talking to some guys and just reading their comments, JP, they said it was very strange to start this year without any fans behind them in the outfield. They opened left and center in May, and then on Thursday opened up right field. So it's back to normal, so to speak.
It is, Len, and I really think, as you say, Joe Madden has spoken about it, I think, publicly a lot about how they want to turn this into the big Wrigley home field advantage. Certainly this is part of it.
All right, take cover, JP, as Hamilton flies out. A quick 6-pitch inning for Kyle Hendricks. 3-1 Chicago. Telecast is sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. Playing under a light rain here at Wrigley Field. Cubs batting in the bottom of the 5th. Mike Leake gave up 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th. Temperature has dropped a few more degrees. High humidity. Wind has stopped pretty much completely. And fouled away. Eric, I want to follow up on the renovations. The Cubs will have a brand new home clubhouse in 2016. what sort of effect can that have on free agents? Now, I think a lot of people want to come for a lot of reasons to be a Cub. This is a team on the upswing. But to add those modern baseball amenities can't hurt at all, can it?
Well, and when you figure that you're spending so much time during the course of a season in that clubhouse, probably more time there than you do on the field, it does play a role. You talk about here, Mike Leake here, getting back to it right down the middle. Addison Russell takes that. But getting back to the amenities, that's one of the things that, over the last few years, whether it's the batting cages, whether it's expanding the clubhouse, whether it's doing renovations in the stands, all of those things will have an impact favorably, I believe, for the Cubs.
That strikeout for Leake was his first of the night. Now, a lot of people would be surprised to know how a pinch hitter or a pinch runner gets ready to come into the game. They clear the clubhouse. Guys can sprint the length of the clubhouse. They drop a net in front of where the lineup is posted. It's a multi-purpose room.
Well, that's the thing. Playing here, I realized that there were a lot of unfavorable things that the Cubs had to deal with, and I think that's one of the things that has played a role in the struggles for so many years. And whether it's just getting loose as a pinch hitter, whether, as you mentioned, getting loose to go in and run, those sort of things, you just don't have the amenities that you do at other ballparks. And when you're playing 81 games. It does make a difference, and if it costs you a couple games, that could be a division.
Not a lot of room, and if you get excited and you're sitting on the bench, you're going to conk your head if you stand up too quickly. But you learn your lesson.
Yeah, you do it once. Just saw some lightning right there.
The Lightning not very popular here in Chicago for more than one reason, as Votto tags the bag. 2 outs. And it'll bring up Coghlan. Been the every other inning syndrome for Mike Leake here early. He had a 1-2-3 first, faced just 3 batters in the third, but the second and the fourth much more problematic. The main reason for that is Bryant and Montero. As we said, a combined 4 for 4. Another ground ball. Leake will go cover. Barehanded play. Did he stay on the bag? He didn't. As Votto went behind the back. That'll be a hit for Coghlan.
See if Leake was able to hold that right foot on the bag. Yeah, he's out. Ooh. Wanted to say out. Yeah,
I think.
Anything out?
Yeah, I think he kept his foot on the base, and they will challenge.
Unless there's some space. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that now? Where's his foot there? Because it's in the back of the glove. It's when the ball hits the back of the glove.
So an NBA type assist for Votto if they overturn.
Doing his best, Steph Curry.
Well, usually it's a first baseman saving one of his infielders. In this case, it might be the pitcher saving Joey Votto.
I just don't know if he helped. The thing about it's a neat looking play, but Votto had time. He didn't need to go behind the back.
Joe Madden challenged a play that actually bought his team a run on the overturn in the bottom of the fourth. Brian Price now trying to make this an out.
Do we want to play guess the outcome here? I'm going to say they're not going to overturn this.
You think it's going to stand?
Right there.
It's not conclusive.
Yeah, not conclusive. It's not.
I'm between.
No, you can't be between, okay. Len. You got to go one or the other. We're playing guess the outcome.
The more
here.
I watch it, the more I'm with you.
All right. So are you with me or are you without me?
I'm with you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. We're saying. So we are saying that he will be ruled safe. For those of you at home.
I'm sure I'm not the only one who has this idea, but I do wonder at some point if they're going to put a time limit on the review.
Oh,
and there you go.
So we just lost the show. We both go down.
After 5, 3-1 for the home team. By the Dodge brothers. 100 years later, their spirit lives on. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. So the Wrigley Field grounds crew quickly getting into action here as it's raining a little harder. And we will be delayed before we play the 6th inning.
Easily the hardest working grounds crew in all of baseball. Weather here in Chicago could turn on a dime.
So it's 3-1 Cubs as we await the 6th inning. We're going to send you to Baltimore in the time being. It's the Yankees and the Orioles, so let's go there now. Votto with the home run. Frazier leading the majors in extra base hits. That was his 100th career double. And Chris Negron filling in for Brandon Phillips, 2 for 2. And they will be facing James Russell back with the Cubs for his second stint. He got traded to Atlanta last year, got released by the Braves, signed a minor league contract, back in the big leagues now, and one of the guys Joe Maddon is definitely counting on these days.
Well, Joe Maddon describing him to us prior to the game is somebody with a lot of fortitude. Will take the ball at any time, goes out there, and probably his #1 characteristic now, he will go out and compete. That's what he's going to have to do tonight.
Manny Parra is warming up in the Reds pen, so it may be lefty night for at least an inning or two as we resume. Top of the order for the Reds. Skip Schumacher has grounded out twice, and he swings at the first pitch and lines it out at plate. 2:48 the official rain delay. First 5 innings took just an hour 17. So the delay about twice that, as Schumacher with a seeing eye single to left.
Again, you've got to get the adrenaline going. You've got to get fired up, the focus. And it's not easy, and especially if you are the visiting team. You're sitting around in the clubhouse. There's not a lot of accommodations. You're waiting around. And now this, while we're doing the physical part out on the field, it becomes more of a mental test for both ball clubs.
Suarez 0 for 2. Just up from AAA. This is his 3rd game with the Reds. And he takes ball 1. He's only 23 years old. He started 71 games for the Tigers last year, with Jose Iglesias missing the season due to injury, and came over in the Alfredo Simon deal. Got a chance to work with Omar Vizquel and his work at shortstop while with Detroit. And a strike on the outside.
Very confident kid. Had the big base hit last night. Mentioned defensively as good as there is.
And an opportunity to play here with Zach Cozart done for the season. Russell's 1-1 is off the plate inside. James Russell was born in Cincinnati. His father Jeff pitched in the big leagues and was with the Reds back at one time in the 80s. James grew up in Texas and went to the University of Texas. Hit hard but foul. As we get later into this game, Eric, if the Reds get a lead, we know Aroldis Chapman will be ready for the ninth. With the Cubs, we're not quite sure. Hector Rondon was the closer to start the year, but had struggled recently. And Joe is leaving open the possibility of using just about anybody to finish a game.
Well, and that's the good and bad. The bad is you don't really have a role or defined roles down in the bullpen. But the good thing is, certain situations, you're not stuck with a certain guy. Just because he's your closer, you have to throw him in the ninth. Well, now you can mix and match. You can go to matchups.
Fly ball to deep left. Coghlan is back. We are tied as Suarez hits a 2-run homer. And just like that, it's 3-3. So the Reds come out of the rain delay with a single and a home run.
Well, you watch Suarez again, that back elbow tucked, contact made with the hands in, back elbow bent. And he's excited. You look at this. Yes. Hey, look, if you're going to sit around for over 2.5 hours, you might as well make the most of it, right?
He hit 4 last year with Detroit. That's his first homer as a Red. And we are back to even. And again, the wind is not a factor right now, and that makes this an offensive park. Votto homered earlier to the bleachers and left.
Yeah, got a hold of a pitch on the outer part of the plate. Drove it deep to left, no question about it.
Now Justin Grimm, a right-hander, is up in the Cubs pen. And I don't know if Joe Maddon had Todd Frazier maybe on his mind, and if the loss of the lead now will affect his decision with that bullpen. Right now Grimm just kind of watching the action. 2-2. In and out of the mid of Montero. Would have been a foul tip strikeout. Instead, still 2-2. Well, the other thing after a rain delay is a few fans have headed for the exits, so you can start to hear everything that's going on in the stands.
Right, you can hear everything. You can hear the moans and groans. You can also get some front row seats, too.
Full count on Votto. Payoff delivery, and that will get out of play.
That'll be interesting just to see how the Cubs react offensively. You know, what they have in their tank. You know, obviously you've got the 3-1 lead. You come out, and before you even get to go sit down in the dugout again, you're tied.
Hit hard and past a diving Addison Russell. So James Russell has come in and given up a single, a 2-run homer, and another base hit. And that appears to be it for him.
Yeah, tough situation to be in if you're James Russell, but just wasn't fooling anybody at all. Votto scorches that ball up the middle.
So here comes Justin Grimm in a 3-3 tie. Live in HD on more than 400 devices with MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more every night on every device. Visit MLB.TV for details. Here's Justin Grimm against Todd Frazier. Votto at first, nobody out, 2 in on the homer by Suarez to tie it. Joe Maddon making his 12th pitching change in the last 3 days.
Yeah, he's wearing out that trip to the mound, and again, he's going to have to navigate his way through the rest of this ball game.
1 ball, 1 strike. Grimm has a starter's repertoire. He's pitched in relief with the Cubs. He did start with Texas. And 1-1 on the dangerous Todd Frazier. 2-1.
A hard throw. He's going to just rear back. Not a control guy, which scares me a little bit against a guy like Frazier, because you're going to have to hit your spots. If you come in power and you miss out over the plate, Frazier can hurt you. But again, not a lot of options for Joe Maddon right
now. Here it is. It's a strike on a curve. Let's see an occasional slider. The curve's his main breaking pitch.
Well, hasn't been able to control the fastball yet. Feeling pretty comfortable with that breaking pitch.
And he got him. So 1 out here in the inning. We'll bring up Jay Bruce.
Well, this pitch is a great pitch because it's not only it's the off speed, but it's out of the zone. He gets Frazier to offer at it. I think Frazier probably hoping for a fastball there. But again, he seems to be able to control the off speed right now. Just hasn't had a feel yet for the fastball.
Bruce has flied out and struck out. The starter Hendricks was terrific. 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. He didn't walk anybody. He struck out 7. But he will not get a decision tonight.
Yeah, Hendricks was great. He was able to move the ball all over the place. Seemed like he had just pinpoint control.
And Grimm just threw that one out of play. So an error on Justin Grimm.
Yeah, it doesn't slip or anything. I don't think Rizzo anticipating that. Maybe call from the catcher. Votto does have 5 stolen bases. It's not as if he's just going to sit there. You have to be cognizant of him.
Two balls, no strikes. Mr. No Decision, Kyle Hendricks, sets 8 no decisions in his 12 starts.
And no fault of his own tonight, though. Really pitched well. Seemed to be cruising. Again, though, here with Grimm, he just has not been able to locate the fastball.
And in a fastball count, he does not throw one. It's 3-0 as the Reds trying to grab their first lead tonight. It's Negron on deck.
I go with another off speed here. I think Bruce is just going to sit on a fastball. You haven't been able to locate. Got first base. It doesn't really matter. Get into a double play spot.
Fastball, but way out of the zone. So 2 on for Negron. First walk issued by a Cubs pitcher tonight. So this game will be decided by the bullpens. Mike Leake gets off the hook. He'll get a no decision, and he still could get a win if the Reds can get a run or two here in this inning. How about that? You can get a win even though you haven't pitched in 3 hours.
Oh, good sign for Grimm right there. Gets ahead in the count. Gets a fastball over.
Cubs at double play depth around their infield. Low and outside, 1-1. Yeah, it's one thing for a short reliever to scrap a breaking ball, but when it's the fastball, that's trouble. You don't have that.
Yeah, you can't set anything up. Hitters can just sit.
Fly ball, shallow center, and it's Fowler.
Again, you mentioned it, scrapping that fastball, had to go again to the off speed. But that's a whole thing of pitching. There are days when you're not going to have your good stuff. You're not going to have a feel for certain pitches. More often than not, you're going to have to navigate your way through. You're going to have to figure out a way, because you are not going to be 100% every time you go out there.
I remember when John Smoltz became a closer. He said, man, when I was a starter, if I didn't have my slider early, I had 2 or 3, 4 innings to find it. But as a short reliever, if it's not good, you can't use it. Barnhart, a switch hitter, product of Brownsburg High School in Indiana, as he went after a bad one. 1 ball, 1 strike. That same high school produced Lance Lynn and Drew Storen. Been a baseball factory in Indiana.
Yeah, how is Barnhart not a pitcher? Jeez. Pretty good arms there. Almost looked like he made up his mind before that pitch even came that he was going to swing. Completely out of the zone.
1-2.
I mean, the interesting thing too is if you just stood up at the plate right now, the fastball he's not getting over, and the breaking ball, the Reds are helping him. The ball Frazier went after. Barnhart's gone out after 2 that have both been out of the zone. I mean, you could basically stand up there right now.
And he struck him out. Boy, he's stuck with that breaking ball and gets out of it. But the Reds have tied it on the Suarez homer. It's 3-3. Left-hander Manny Parra against Anthony Rizzo in a 3-3 tie. Rizzo stands right on top of the plate, and he gets even closer to the plate against a lefty. And you see the numbers for Parra. Missed a month earlier this season with a neck strain. Look at that back foot for Rizzo. He is as close to the plate as you can get.
Yeah, and that's an adjustment that he made on purpose. Was not always that close. It's almost that leg kick gets as almost to the black part of the inside of the plate. And watch that leg kick, and even in some respects it probably goes over the plate. But he just challenges left-handers, and if he can, he's just going to get that ball up in the air, try and hook it. And he's been hit a number of times, though.
Yes, and he's hitting .413 against lefties with an OPS of over 1,100. And he drives that ball out in the deep center, but Hamilton is there to make the catch. Kris Bryant coming up. Let's hear from Kris Bryant on playing with this young, exciting infield.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, Starlin's great, you know, Anthony's great, and me and Addison kind of had a chance to play a little bit in the fall league and the minors a little bit, but I mean, you know, those two older guys have been great for us. I mean, they're goofing around with us, having a whole lot of fun, keeping it loose in the infield, and you know, I think that's the way the game's meant to be played, and you know, they do a good job of that.
Well, he's going to hear it from the quote old guys who are only 25. Youngest starting infield in the big leagues.
Yeah, it really is something, and they have the ability to keep this group together for quite a while. And we're not talking about just decent players. We're talking about impact players at each of the infield positions.
Bryant with 2 hits and has scored both times. A single in the second and a double in the fourth, both leading off an inning.
He's made some fine defensive plays down there tonight as well.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Leads all major league rookies in hits and RBIs, despite not coming up from AAA until the 9th game of the season. Just missed the outside. By the way, if you're wondering, what did the Cubs do without Kris Bryant? They went 5-3. There was a lot of talk about when, in fact, he would get here. Two called, strike 3.
Yeah, that was a good pitch. He didn't hit his spot, but definitely got a good part of the plate. Barnhart set up inside off of the plate. Wanted that really as a show me pitch to tie up Bryant, but got a good part of the plate. Parra gets the strikeout.
By the way, it is lightly raining.
Oh, don't say that.
Nothing serious at the moment. Going outside to Montero. It's a young infield. Jorge Soler was the normal everyday right fielders on the DL. He's only 23, but they added some veterans. Montero, Lester, Fowler, Ross. It feels like it's a good clubhouse mix.
It really is. And you're talking about the veterans that they added. They're experienced guys. And what I mean by that, they have postseason experience. They've won. You know, I think you've got to have a sort of combination, because there are going to be times where these youngsters, the physical ability isn't going to be the only thing they need to get them through certain situations.
Well, most managers would rather have players talking to their teammates about the tough stuff. Every once in a while you got to call a guy into your office, but man, if David Ross can say it first, by and large most players take it better from a teammate.
Right.
Am I right?
And again, they've got some credibility too.
Yep.
I mean, it's not, like I said, some of these guys have been around, some of the things that they've accomplished. And it's not just star players. There are guys that have had to work for jobs. There are guys that have been up and down.
Parra trying to get Montero to chase here with 2 strikes, 2-2. The Cubs overall roster is the 7th oldest.
Yeah, that was surprising when I didn't realize that.
David Ross will raise his hand. Yeah, I'm 38. Put that one on me. David Ross ended a game by throwing out Clint Robinson of the Nationals at first base. That was on the Cubs' last road trip. A blue game-ending single against Kansas City, and he's pitched an inning, a 1-2-3 inning in Milwaukee.
He also, if I'm not mistaken, hit a home run off former Cubs first baseman Mark Grace, who was pitching for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it was the first of his career. Montero talking to himself here, trying to hang around in this at bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. If he reaches, it'll be Castro. A topper up along first, and it's going to kick foul. If you just tuned in, you're probably wondering, why are they only in the 6th inning? The game started several hours ago. Well, we had a long rain delay after 5. Cubs led 3-1 through the rain delay, but then Eugenio Suarez, 2 batters after we resumed, hit a game-tying home run. Here's the 8th pitch of the sequence, and it's full now, 3-2. Drive to right. Jay Bruce took a look back. He is going to have room on the warning track to end the inning. 3-3 from Chicago. Baseball Night in America returns after a word from your local station. Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Fill out your 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot now at MLB.com/vote on your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Vote up to 35 times at MLB.com/vote. Former Red Travis Wood will face an ex-teammate, Brandon Phillips, who will pinch hit for Manny Parra. Wood began the year in the Cubs rotation, now in the bullpen.
Well, and Phillips been down the last couple of games, a strained groin. Having a nice season, though. Not the power numbers, but getting the base hits, playing that stellar defense as well.
He has moved around the batting order quite a bit, but most recently hitting leadoff with Hamilton down in the 9 spot. But at least for this inning, Hamilton will hit right behind Phillips. It sounds like Brian Price is not in a hurry to get Phillips back in the everyday lineup simply because that groin is not 100%, but well enough to pinch hit. 2-0, lined into center. Fowler will grab it. And by the way, we have an added bonus tonight. You are going to conduct the 7th inning stretch.
Desperate times require desperate measures.
So do we have a cancellation? Is that your understanding?
You don't think they didn't stay around for the 2 hours and 42 minutes? Gone. Ghost. I'm looking forward to it.
Here's Hamilton, cornerman in. He's a natural right-handed hitter. Became a switch hitter in his minor league career to try to take more advantage of his speed. And that's inside, 1-1. Brian Price said, while it hasn't gone well offensively, he has stressed to Hamilton, think about all the good things you do. He leads the majors in stolen bases. He can go get them in center. And he added, if we were fully healthy and had everybody contributing on offense, nobody would be talking about Hamilton's struggles at the plate.
Yeah, I think, too, that he wanted Hamilton, what do you do well? What do other teams worry about when they face the Reds and you come to the plate? Whatever that is, that's what you have to excel at. Whether that's hitting the ball on the ground, keeping it out of the air. We talked about it last night. 5 at-bats, 4 balls in the air.
Yeah, he's got to earn his money by hitting line drives and ground balls, no doubt. And it's 3-2. And if you're Travis Wood, the last thing you want to do is walk him.
Yeah. And too, so you throw one over the middle of the plate. Now, if you're Hamilton, you have to recognize that and not get greedy. I mean, not get greedy. Don't try and swing for the fence here. As you just mentioned, just pepper a line drive somewhere.
Hard hit grounder, but he hit it right at Bryant. And 2 outs. Yeah, you walk Billy Hamilton, it's almost like a double. He's got 25 stolen bases.
And in that situation, he hits the ball hard. He hits it on the ground. He does everything that he needs to do. Just no luck. Well, this is the guy. He's the one that started everything. Just not a hard hit ground ball between short and third, and then your guy Suarez, a 2-run home run. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
Lefty to lefty. And it's 1-1. Skip Schumacher's 35 parts of 11 seasons, mostly with the Cardinals.
They really did a wonderful job with the Cardinals. Filled a ton of different roles. One of those grinder type of guys. Gets the most out of his ability. There's no question about that.
On a hop to Castro. Seventh inning stretch time. It's 3-3 from Chicago.
A three. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root, root, root for the... If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, the old ball game. Go Hawks!
That is a cool customer right there. Great tribute to Harry Carey.
Good stuff. A lot of fun. Love being back in Chicago. Love it.
Ryan Matthews, a new Reds pitcher, and a strike called. Come on, you were nervous, right? You had to be a little.
Not that nervous.
Okay. Yeah, like I said. Ice water in your veins. The 0-1 to Castro. Sliders off the outside corner. So Leak, Parra, and now Matthews for Cincinnati.
You know, this is the kid for me, Castro, that, you know, offensively, that's his strength. And you can live with the defense if he's hitting, and if he's hitting like he's capable of hitting. But he hasn't been doing that.
Yeah, his #1 skill is that high batting average, and right now 259, way lower than he'd like it to be. With a game-tying 2-run homer off Johnny Cueto yesterday. And a ground ball to the left side, cut off by Frazier. Off balance throw gets him. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Ted 2, starring Mark Wahlberg and Seth MacFarlane, in theaters June 26th. And by Budweiser, make a plan to make it home. Mike Baxter, the right fielder, in a 3-3 tie. Singled his first time up, hit into a double play in the 4th.
Yeah, that was with runners on first and second. Cubs had some momentum. They had just scored. Chris Bryant had beat a throw to the plate. Baxter comes up and hits into the double play.
Hard hit ground ball into center for a single. So as a player, I mean, when we started tonight, 40,693, the largest crowd of the year here at Wrigley Field. There's about a fourth of that at most here. That's got to be a little strange for a player.
It's a little strange. I think the most difficult thing, what I remember, is reminding yourself that this game still counts. The at-bats still count. You've got to go out there and mentally stay engaged. And it's real easy, especially your first time out, your first at-bat. If you just kind of throw that away, it's like that sets the tone. And that's the thing about the Reds. They came right out, boom, boom, boom. They were ready to go. They got themselves back in the ballgame. So now they're fired up. The mental edge right now, all Reds. Cubs trying to grasp that back.
Another ex-Red on this Cubs roster. Chris Denorfia will pinch hit in the pitcher's spot for Wood. And that's in there for a strike. Reds bullpen has had some issues, particularly before the ninth inning. But 13 2/3 scoreless innings over their last 5 games, including tonight. Rounded to third. Frazier, Negron, Votto. They turn it. Fist pump from Matthews. We're tied at 3 after 7. Here at Wrigley Field, how did Joe Maddon end up as a Cubs manager? Well, over 3 decades in the Angels organization, a catcher, never got to the big leagues. Final 12 years on the major league staff. Then he went to Tampa Bay, turned around the Rays' fortunes. And then when Andrew Friedman went to the Dodgers, he had an opt-out clause that he said, I didn't even know I had. The Cubs pounced on him, and now he's here in Chicago.
Yeah, really, as you look at Pedro Strop, his numbers, 31 games, 28 innings pitched. You know, we talk about roles on this ball club, and there isn't the defined closer. But Pedro Strop, he's used in the highest leverage situation. Right now, the Reds, 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up. You see this pitch gets away, off speed. But this is where Joe Maddon is saying right now, this is where the game lies. This inning right here with these hitters coming to the plate.
1-2 on the guy who tied it up with the home run in the 6th. So prior to August of last year, he had never stepped foot inside Wrigley Field. The Rays came here during interleague play. He had ridden his bicycle around Wrigley Field when the Angels would play the White Sox. Fly ball out into deep right. Baxter will get to the spot for the out. And Joe said he just fell in love with this place. And remembered a point during that series managing the Rays where he just kind of looked around and thought, this is heaven.
Well, you know, you can't really do it justice explaining what it's like to play in Chicago. You have to experience it. And once you experience it, then you get it. And I've said this a million times. Every player in the big league should have an opportunity to play one summer for the Cubs.
Pitch to Votto. Over but low.
So here it is. I mean, the game has really come down to this, at least up to this point. You've got Votto, Frazier. Really the Reds' hope for any offense.
Yeah, you hear the term high leverage. And what that means late in a ball game for a reliever is with men on base, obviously, less than 2 outs, that sort of thing, or a tie game against Joey Votto and Todd Frazier.
In a nutshell, game's on the line, or it's going to be on the line. The game can sway one way or the other. And that's the whole, you know, people argue about the closer throwing the 9th inning. Well, you know, maybe the 8th inning is when the heart of the lineup up. In the 9th inning, maybe you're facing the bottom of the order. Maybe that's not. You don't need your closer now.
That's the debate we continue to have around the game. The final 3 outs harder to get no matter who it is, or as you said, could the game be here in the 8th inning on certain occasions?
Well, Joe Maddon's telling us today it's right now in the 8th. G-Stroke there, quick pitch Votto.
And if you're watching us in Cincinnati in the Eastern Time Zone, happy Sunday. We got him. Votto was kind of a half cut, but I think that was a called strike 3 for the second out.
Yeah, I think Votto probably guessing, and guess is wrong. See, Montero wanted that pitch inside, and it runs away. Doesn't hit his spot, but gets Votto to offer at it.
A quick pitch. Strop likes to vary the timing of his delivery with nobody on base. Sometimes he'll kind of hang midair with the leg kick. Other times he almost just falls off the rubber and just throws.
Well, and that's what pitching is in a nutshell. Disrupt the hitter's timing. Whether you're going to do that with a change in velocity, whether you're going to do that with a change in your motion to the plate. I can tell you as a hitter, I would hate if a guy did that. Just, you'd almost think it was Bush League. But if your pitcher's doing it and he's getting hitters out, you're like, yeah, that's a great job.
Slider backed up on him. 2-1. It seems like many times when he does the quick pitch, guys will swing. I don't know if that creates anxiety in the hitter or not. There you go.
Yeah.
So that drive you crazy.
So that it's just the whole the timing of it. It would, like I said, I'd almost feel like it was Bush League, and it's not. I mean, I get it. But as a hitter, you're up there, you're trying to gauge. It's difficult enough to hit when they're, you know, screwing around. But, you know, also on the flip side, a pitcher, you know, not only do they have great control all the time. I mean, can they pinpoint their control? A lot of times they do that and they miss their spots and they get burned. I guess I don't recall ever seeing the Hall of Famers do it, right?
And he hit him, and that time he did not quick pitch. The slider got away from him. Yeah, that's a big question for me, is just varying it so much. How do you maintain your control?
Right. Well, that's the thing. The consistency. It's all it's all about repetition, right? And if you're doing something different each pitch, I'm going to go fast. I'm going to go slow. My hands aren't going to go here. They're going to go there. Again, very difficult to. The only guy that I've seen that can really do that and do it at a really high level, Johnny Cueto.
Yeah, he will vary it.
There he is, Mr. Cueto.
He was okay yesterday in a no decision. Frazier will run. He's got 7 steals. Montero. Frazier got back with a little help from Billy Hatcher's first base coach. Former Cub Billy Hatcher had a huge World Series for the Reds in 1990 as they beat the A's. I guess the answer to the question about Strop is that he's not a command guy. His ball moves all over the place, so I guess the quick pitch stuff is just intended to make hitters uncomfortable.
It's not going to get any worse, right? It's not going to ruin the control because you're saying it's not really there. But again, I'm not so sure that. Well, I guess if it's gimmicky and it works because it is disruptive to the hitter.
3-1. Line to center. Back on it is Fowler, and he makes the grab on the warning track. Still tied at 3 in the 8th. Telecast is sponsored by Mazda. Driving matters. And by Pepsi, the official soft drink of MLB. Bottom of the 8th and a light rain. We had a delay of almost 3 hours earlier. Reds tied it right after the delay on a 2-run homer by Eugenio Suarez. Ryan Matthews now in his second inning of work. Gave up a hit, got a double play ball in the 7th. Russell foul tips. Russell, a shortstop by trade, playing second base here in the big leagues, his 45th major league game.
Well, and this is where he's got to draw on that A's pedigree of just trying to get down to first base, get on base. He and Fowler and Coghlan, you have a tendency, games drawn out. I know it's not extra innings, but you feel like I'm going to do it in one swing.
Deep to left, and Schumacher will have to play that one off the wall, and Russell has a double. That ball was smoked.
Really was. I mean, absolutely shillelied that ball. Now you got to play a little baseball. You got to get him over, get him in. This pitch right down the middle. God, it just sounded hard. And I love that. I love the back elbow tucked. It's where your strongest point. Almost hits it through the brick wall.
Frazier in at third. And as you heard Joe Madden about 4 hours ago tell J.P. Morosi, he doesn't love the bunt in most cases. But Fowler bunts through it, and Russell is going to be out. He just couldn't get back to the bag. What a play by Barnhart.
See that? So it looks bad for Russell, right? It's like, oh, come on, what's going on right there? You know, you got picked off. But very difficult as a base runner. I mean, Fowler, he bunted right through that ball. He bunted right through it, missed it. So it's really the onus, for me, is on the hitter right there. You can't just bunt right through it. You're leaving your runner out there to dry.
So that goes 2-6. A huge play by Barnhart. And just like that, one out, nobody on. Yeah, pitch in the zone. You're showing bunt as a base runner. You're assuming contact's being made.
Yep. And again, you want to get to third. Fowler is not bunting for a base hit.
Bloop to left. That'll drop in. Fowler now trying to make second, and he will. So essentially, he replaces Russell. And time now for Pepsi's most thrilling historical moments of the game. Let's go back to June 7th, 2003. Roger Clemens trying to win number 300 as a Yankee. Juan Acevedo comes in and gives up a home run to Eric Karros.
I like that. Good stuff. I like it, though. You're running these highlights. We're singing the 7th inning stretch because nobody's here. Everybody's gone.
No, we
Let's
had
do
this
it all
one,
now.
even with a packed house. You did not start that game. Hee-Seop Choi got injured, and you hit a 3-run homer to spoil Roger Clemens' bid for number 300. And that was added to the Prostate Cancer Foundation Home Run Challenge count for that season. So nicely done on multiple levels. Still considered one of the biggest home runs in Cubs history. So here's Chris Coghlan, 0-1 on him. And now 1-1.
You know, we mentioned that Fowler replaced Russell at second base. True, but we should have a runner. There should be a runner at third base right now. That's where the runner should be. You know, Fowler was up there to move Russell over to third, unable to do so. Russell getting picked off.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
You know, if you're Coghlan, Mathis is going to try to get you out away. If he shows anything inside, it's going to be off the plate. Got to be patient enough to just say, okay, I'm going to go to left field. I'm going to try and just get that base hit. He's not going to try and come inside.
Ground ball toward right. Negron leaves his feet from his knees. Votto, I'm not sure his foot was on the bag. He's called out. Coghlan is out. And Joe Madden may want to challenge this.
Yeah, I think Toby Badner just assumed that he was going to be on base, but from the naked eye, it didn't look close at all. I think Votto was just worrying about the runner at third. He comes off.
So the call has been challenged. It was played by Negron. That looks to be a pretty easy overturn, doesn't it?
Well, it appears so. I'm just wondering if Votto could have held the bag. You know, it didn't look like he had to make that great of a stretch. You know, the only thing I can think of is that he's anticipating with his back to home plate that Fowler isn't stopping. And so he's going to come off the base ready to make a throw home, because again, looking at that replay, it didn't look like he had to extend himself.
So in other words, you're thinking his internal clock is telling him Fowler may be trying to score here.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Trying to make something happen.
You're right.
Well, we've had a host of these today.
Safe is the call. So 3 challenges. 2 by the Cubs, 1 by the Reds. And that will end up being a single for Coghlan. So 3 overturns so far tonight. And here comes the manager, Brian Price. He's got a left-hander, Tony Cingrani, in the bullpen.
Yeah, you got a number of things you can do. Do you try to get Cingrani loose and then bring him in to face Rizzo, or do you leave Mathis in there, basically pitch around Rizzo, don't give him anything good to hit?
Well, we mentioned the numbers. Rizzo has actually been better against lefties than righties. The out he made against the lefty part tonight, he hit like a bullet
yep.
to center.
The only thing, Cingrani is not the conventional lefty, kind of a little more difficult, but Brian Price deciding to stick with Ryan Mathis.
Bryant on deck.
I just can't believe they give him anything decent to hit. I just, if you walk him, you leave Mathis in to go after Bryant.
A lot of hand signals from the dugout to the infielders. Todd Frazier.
It's just buying time, I think. Although Cingrani is not throwing. In case of a stolen base, they've got to play. I just can't imagine that you would try to steal here. You like Votto having to hold Coghlan on at first to leave that hole open.
Not a pitch around, at least at the moment. 1 ball, no strikes. Hard to find a situation in which Anthony Rizzo hasn't been really, really good this year. Fouled away.
Yeah, I'm not sure I get this. And I say that Rizzo, very disciplined hitter. No strikes to walks are about 1-to-1. And Chris Bryant, more strikeouts, almost 2-to-1.
Bounce to second, and they're going to turn it. So the decision to pitch to Anthony Rizzo pays off big time. A 4-6-3 inning-ending double play, 3-3. converge on the Pacific Northwest. Our coverage of the 115th U.S. Open Championship will be live from Chambers Bay Golf Course. It begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports 1 and continues in prime time at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on your local Fox station. And it's all streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Jason Mott, hard-throwing right-hander against Christopher Negron, and he backs him off the plate. We're in the 9th inning, and we're tied at 3. 28th appearance for Mott. His whole career had been with the Cardinals prior to this season. Last year came back from Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, rushing it up there against the opposing clubs this year. Again, a ton of experience.
Deep center. It'll be Fowler on the move, and on the back pedal, he's got it.
Yeah, Fowler, a nice job of running that down. It almost looked like it was directly over his head. And I wasn't sure if he had turned the right way, but after many years of running down balls in Colorado, child's play out here.
Mott is a converted catcher as we check out Fowler's route.
You see Fowler, I mean,
yeah.
Really a great job of staying with it. And that's the most difficult one to catch, that one straight over your head.
No panic whatsoever. No. A strike to Barnhart. Yeah, so Mott, a former catcher, he's got kind of that short arm delivery. He's one of those max effort guys. Got a lot going on. Will tug on the shirt, wipe the pants, tug on the cap. Bangs the ball up against his leg. Yep. And he strikes out Barnhart.
Well, he's a guy that's just going to get after it, get in the box, and let's go to work. There's not going to be a lot of gimmicks. There's not going to be any quick pitching. There's not going to be any of that sort of stuff.
Chris Dominguez will be announced as the pinch hitter. Dominguez has 2 career hits. Both have left the ballpark. One fouled out of play, including one on Thursday night. So if the Reds grab the lead, it'll be Chapman. And it looks like Cingrani, if we're tied, going to the bottom of the ninth. And 2 bounces, and that ball bounces over Starlin Castro. A bad hop single for Dominguez. Well, you're living right. That looked like it was as routine as it gets, and it hit a pebble or a divot or something out there, and the inning is still alive.
Yeah, nothing Castro could do about that at all. Comes in. It looks like it's an area where Russell lost his footing a bit when he was on second base, ends up getting picked off when Fowler was up at the plate. Hits that area. And, you know, what I will say, as a fielder, I know I remember at first base when runners would lead, I'd go and I'd smooth that area out. And, you know, again, you don't want to blame Castro for it, but there is something to be said about that. You go out, you smooth it with your spikes. You're going to do that there, but you've got the running area where, again, like I said, Russell got caught off of second base and dug it up a little bit.
0-1 on Hamilton. And that's off the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cubs have used Hendricks, Russell, Grimm, Wood, Strop, and now Mott. And as we mentioned earlier, they had already Needed 11 innings out of their bullpen the first 2 games of this series.
Yeah, you know, and the way Hendricks was cruising today, as good as he looked, bullpen probably thought they were going to get a night off, and then boom, rain.
57 pitches for Hendricks, but the rain delay was just way too long. 2-2. Even with 2 strikes, Bryant still in at third against the speedy Hamilton. It is full count, 3-2. Schumacher on deck. Runner goes, and that one slapped foul.
Well, I like what Rizzo's doing over at first base, still holding Dominguez close. And you just don't want him having an opportunity to score on a single that maybe is in the gap or something. Want to keep him close. The double probably easily scores if he gets there.
And a base hit. And Dominguez will head to third. And that ball took a bad hop, but backed up by Bryant. So a 2-out rally here by the Reds. And it will be Schumacher.
See, and this is where I was talking about where Russell dug up the infield. On the left, this is Russell leading off earlier in the game. Fowler up the plate. Now you watch Russell. He gets off and, he digs up the infield right there, okay? So then that's where the ball hit that bounced over Castro's head, right in that area. That's what I said. As an infielder, you go around and you look at those spots in front of you that may not be smooth, may have some areas where you could take a bad hop, and you're responsible for that.
And that bad hop single has kept this inning alive. 1-0 on Schumacher. Schumacher, not a guy with a lot of power, but a singles hitter, and that's what the Reds need right now. Hamilton takes off for second, and Schumacher fouls.
You know, if I'm the Cubs infield, I'm not even moving to second base.
Just let him go.
I'm just letting him go. Especially if I'm Castro, because Schumacher has all the makings of just slapping something the other way.
There he goes again. The pitch is a strike. Montero fakes the throw to second and hangs on to it. So a single to the outfield here will score 2. If
I'm Castro, I'd shade a little bit more to my right.
Russell gets a good hop and gets Schumacher. 2 hits with 2 outs, but no runs. Bottom 9, 3-3.
the right pieces. I think we're playing really well too. I mean, we're all coming out each and every day wanting to win. Nobody's here for themselves. Nobody's being selfish. I mean, it's a really good environment to play in, and I think the future just keeps getting brighter for this organization.
That's rookie Chris Bryant. Only 32 and 27 Cubs. Mentioned this earlier, they played a lot of close games. 26 decided by 1 run. And they're in a 3-3 tie here in the ninth. And it's left-hander Tony Cingrani, Chicago area native. Former starter, now working out of the bullpen. And ball 1.
You mentioned when he first came up, very effective as a starter.
2-0 on the patient Bryant.
And this is where, if you're Bryant, obviously, you're looking for one spot. Doesn't have to necessarily, if it's a strike you swing, you're just looking for one spot.
And a base hit. Bryant around first. He's trying to make 2. The throw there. He's safe. Good slide around Negron as the throw basically beat him. But Bryant came around on the inside and a leadoff double, so the winning run is in scoring position.
Well,
He's a good base runner.
Yeah, everybody talks about his ability to hit, his power. You see again, we've seen this about 3 or 4 times tonight, the perfect swing. Right out of the box, he's thinking 2. And we've seen the base running prowess. This one, he gets in and it makes a nice slide to avoid the tag head first. Watch it. He recognizes he's got to go to the inside part of the base. Gets in there head first. And remember, he scored earlier at home with the infield relatively drawn in. Darting in from third base made a nice slide.
Well, the bunt play did not work in this spot in the 8th inning. And it's not Fowler, it's Montero. And he just got hit. And he didn't flinch at all. So trouble for Cingrani 2 on. It does set up a possible double play.
Yeah, Cingrani obviously not wanting to hit him in that off speed.
That's a catcher taking a hit by pitch,
yeah.
right? He didn't move at all.
This is again where you get into the whole managing thing, where you got Baxter up next on deck. And do you have Castro bunt right here? I think I'm going to let Castro swing.
And he held up on the check. Did not show bunt at all. Castro has 1 sack bunt in the last 5 years. And he drills that ball into center. Bryant is going to be set. Here comes the throw by Billy Hamilton, and the Cubs have won it. Castro with a game-ending RBI single.
Favorite song here now. Go Cubs go. They're chanting it, singing it.
That is their 11th final at-bat win, the most in the majors. And they continue to play tight ball games, 16 and 11 in 1-run decisions.
Well, it's okay to play tight ball games if you're the one ending up on top. Castro redeems himself, gets out. That's why he's here, because he can hit, and hit he does.
4-3 the final. Will return to Chicago to wrap up things right after this from your local Fox station.